now be sung.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. This meeting has been convened by me as Chief Justice in terms of Section 51(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. In terms of Section 48 of the Constitution, members of the National Assembly must swear or affirm faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution before they begin to perform their functions. We will now proceed with the administration of the oath or affirmation to the members. Members will be called in groups of up to 10 as arranged by the parties. Will members, when their names are called out, please come to the table with one of the certificates on their desk to take their oath or affirmation as the case may be. Members will, after taking the oath or affirmation, return to their seats to sign duplicate certificates at their desks. Members are requested to leave their certificates at their desk when they leave the chamber. After I have countersigned the certificates, members will receive one of the certificates for their records. The Secretary to Parliament will call out the names. Secretary?
Ramaphosa, Matamele Saro, Kigaba, Knowledge, Malusi, Kanyesi, Pando, Grace, Naledi Mandisa, Khadebe, Jeffrey, Tamsanga, Mbalula, Fikile, April, Nzimande, Bonginkosi, Emmanuel, Lamini, Batabile, Olive, Sisulu, Lindiwe, Noneba, Chabane, Collins.
Okay, and there we have the first batch of 10 members of Parliament.
Are you divided in that regard? Very well. I, then you say your name, and depending on whether it's going to be an oath or an affirmation, you will say that which is stipulated in your document. Because if you take an affirmation, it will show. Let us begin. I those who took an oath, in whatever language of your preference, you will say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, in whatever language you may have opted for, you will say, "I do." You raise your right hand. Thank you. Thank you. It will be the next group then. Congratulations.
That was the first bunch of members of parliament to be sworn in by the Chief Justice, Mogoeng. We saw Jacob Zuma, who is president. I'm not sure if I should refer to him as president now that he's a new member of parliament, but I'm sure we'll be able to get those details from Advocate Azikari from Parliament's Legal Services. We also saw Cyril Ramaphosa there with the ANC Deputy President being sworn in. Among them was Lindiwe Sisulu, Malusi Gigaba, all ministers in the previous cabinet. It remains to be seen, however, if they will continue to be ministers in the current administration.
Max, Mbete, Baleka, Mwesi, Tembelani, Baltamade.
In the second group,
please take the oath or affirmation as reflected in the document before you, which is in line with your preference. I.
In the second group of members to be sworn in, we see Baleka Mbete, who yesterday was announced will be the ANC's candidate for Speaker of the National Assembly. She is standing right next to Max Sisulu as the Speaker in the previous Parliament. We see also in red the former Minister Toko Didiza, who is now coming back to Parliament.
Depending on whether it is an oath or an affirmation you opted for, would you raise your right hand? Those for an oath say, "So help me God," and those who took an affirmation say, "I do." Thank you. May I please go back?
Quite surprising to see Baleka Mbete there and Toko Didiza. I mean, we've all known that they were coming back. Baleka Mbete is, of course, the former Deputy President of the country. She is also the former Speaker of the National Assembly. And there's a big possibility, or at least the ANC has already announced that they will want her to take the post of Speaker of the National Assembly in this fifth Parliament. There we have members from the Democratic Alliance. Among them, Sandy Kalian, who is the former Chief Whip in the previous Parliament. Also James Self, who is the DA Federal Chairperson. Dion George has just now stepped up.
Please now take the oath or affirmation in your preferred language, certainly in line with the document now before you. I. If it is an oath you took irrespective of what language you took it in, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, "I do," with a hand up. Thank you. You're excused. You may go and sign the document.
Those were the first 10 members of parliament from the Democratic Alliance to be sworn in. Remember, they have got 89 members in this fifth parliament.
Secretary.
The secretary about to...
Nkwana Mashavane Maite Emily.
It sounds like they are from the ANC.
Mulewa Womu Edna Edith. Ndebele Joel Sibusiso.
Former Minister of International Relations.
Jeremy Patrick. Klingwana Lulama Marie Theresa. Mtembu Jackson Mpiwa. Manamela Kwaridi Budi. Matikizela Mandela Nomzamo Winfred. Mfegetho noma India Kathleen.
Zorea, if I can just bring you in here. The powers that are conferred upon these members today, what is expected of them over the next 5 years?
Well, over the next 5 years, these members will now have the powers to perform their functions as members, because once they are designated, they become members, but they can only take up their functions once they are sworn in. And they, by and large, do this in committees, so their powers are set out in the Constitution. They pass legislation, they hold the executive to account. They do this in the House by asking questions. And, you know, in the Constitution there are also powers for members to initiate private members' bills. Parliament has become more active now in the process of initiating private members' bills, and these are all the areas in which we are hoping to further capacitate members so that they can become more active in all these roles.
Shall we talk a little bit about the induction? You've mentioned the word capacitate a few times now.
Yes.
What is the induction? What does it entail?
Well, yeah, I'm not working from a premise that there is no capacity. But, of course, during induction, you know, there are many members who are new, are here for the first time. We have seen that there are new parties. There are younger members coming into Parliament. During the induction process, we have, in the first few weeks, different aspects of training on rules, on procedures, on relevant legislation, as well as, of course, benefits and privileges and you know, just generally the rights and powers of members and so on. We intend not to become too technical in the first few weeks of induction, and then later on, you know, sort of follow up with more training.
All right. So let's keep it there for now. We'll come back and pick this conversation up.
I must confess,
let's cross back into the House.
To this diversity before. Those who took an oath, "So help me God," and those who took an affirmation, "I do," with a raised hand, please. You may return to your seat. Secretary.
Malema Julius Sillo. Sonti Nokulunga Primrose.
And there, of course, is the man that I'm sure many South Africans have been waiting to see. There's been a lot of talk and discussion about will he or won't he wear red overalls and his red beret. Well,
Shibambu,
there he is.
Nico Floyd, Maxon, Hlengiwe
Julius
Octavia,
Malema.
Mbata Moses Sipo,
It's now the turn of the economic
Moteka
freedom fighters.
Ebane George, Ndlozi Buyiseni Quinton, Monsami.
We see they're also wearing gumboots. I see the lady that's
Don
stepping in next to Julius is even wearing an apron and a duke on her head. Even the Chief Justice cannot contain himself.
For a minute, I thought you were going back to get your hat. I was going to say, please, not that one. Those who are taking an oath, the document is in your hands, and those taking an affirmation. It's time now to take that oath or affirmation. I And if you took an oath, you raise your right hand and say in that language, so help me God. And if it is an affirmation in the same language, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
The EFF, of course, has got 25 seats in the 5th Parliament. I'm sure a lot of people very interested in how they will fare in this, their first time
David,
to the National Assembly,
Robert
and of course
Hayden,
the National Council of Provinces.
Mabutafasi Tuzilondi Rejoice, Dodo Ayanda, Pengu Nozabelo Ruth,
Being called up to be sworn in now are members of the African National Congress.
Pamela, Magazi Dikeledi Philistas,
Former Minister Rob Davies, I think Ayanda Zolo, former Deputy Minister of Services and Administration.
Please take the oath or affirmation as in the document in your hands according to your preferred language. You may proceed now. If it is an oath, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. And if it is an affirmation, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Secretary.
Makwetla Samson Patachi, Kapa Rosemary Nokozola, Mabe Puleng Peter, Lulani Beauty Nomvuzo, Patel Ibrahim, Tobias Tandi Vivian, Martins Benedict Anthony Duke, Mashehud Lamini Kwati Kanda, Zukwana Senzini, Makubela Mashele Lucizo Sharon.
When these members step up and they read their oath, and when they take the oath, this is what they read. I, then they mention their names, swear or solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly or a permanent delegate to the National Council of Provinces, a member of the legislature of the province of the country to the best of my ability. Then if they had taken an oath, they say, "So help me God," with their right hand raised.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God," and an affirmation, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
That was
Sir,
the
please
ANC.
call out
Among
the next
them
group
was
of names.
Minister Ben Martins, who
Buthelezi
took his oath of
Mangosuthu
office.
Gatsha.
And now we have the IFP and its leader, Mangosuthu Buthelezi, a man who's been in Parliament for a
Nkomo
very long time,
Sibongile Judith.
who understands
Oriani
the inner workings
Ambrosini
of the
Mario
institution.
Gaspare.
And I'm sure the IFP supporters are very happy to see him standing
Esther
there
Hazel
about to
Jan
take
Antian.
his oath of office for
Father Marvin
affirmation.
Lizel Linda. Sithole Ketamabala Petros. Mwango Mangaka Albert. Singh Narend. Hlengwa Mkhuleko. Mbontshane Alfred Mkhipheni.
Among the members of the IFP that are being sworn in today is Mario Ambrosini, who we know from the last term had fallen really ill.
You may proceed to take your oath.
But he's there today and using a cane to be sworn in. Those are the 10 members of the IFP. They're all being sworn in at the same time.
If it is an oath you took, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." If it is an affirmation, raise your right hand, please, and say, "I do."
Mr. Ambrosini,
Thank you.
it's not clear if he will be able to resume his duties when Parliament officially opens. As you can see there, his
So to please call the next
needs
group.
to be helped to move around
James Wilmot
the chamber.
Marie Sarel Jacobus Francois. De Freitas Manuel Simoa Franca. Mokgalapa Stevens. To Blanche Johanna Frederica. Maglua Joseph Job. Masangu Sule James. Craylan Lance William. Kola
We're
Diane.
back now with the members
Simakaling Patricia.
of the Democratic Alliance. Among them, Dr. Wilmot James, Manny de Freitas. I think that is Diane Kohler Barnard, Lance
Please.
Greyling.
Take the oath or the affirmation as the case may be. Begin now. I. Please raise your right hand if it is an oath you took and say, "So help me God." And if it is an affirmation, raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
That was 10 members from the Democratic Alliance. They included Dr. Wilmot
Sir, to
James,
the next group, please.
who
Manana,
is very strong on issues of economics and finance for the Democratic Alliance, as well as Diane Kohler Barnard, who in the previous Parliament was the Shadow Minister of Police.
Patla, Matume, Joseph, Litsati, Duba, Dipuo Betha, Mashobo, Banginseni, David, Coleman, Elsie, Matulari, Mutsecha, Matole.
This is once again the ANC.
Abela, Kupeng, Orbit.
You can see by the tall stature of that gentleman, that's Mandla Mandela, who is, of course, the grandson of former State President Nelson Mandela, who passed away in December last year. So we continue to have
Please
the
take
name of
oath of
Mandela
affirmation.
represented in the
Maybe. Let's begin. I
National Assembly.
Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And if it is an affirmation, say, "I do," with your hand up. Thank you. You may go back to your seats. The next
That
group,
was
Secretary.
the ANC.
September Cornelia Carroll, Jordan Zolidinga Palo, Yengeni Lumga Elizabeth, Ibrahim Ismail, Brown Lynette,
More members of the ANC are coming in to be sworn in.
Gwenye Mabila, Kumzile Catherine,
Among them
Shaela Amos Fish,
is
Shortest
the
Cole,
returning
Sheila Colin,
former Minister of Arts and Culture, Paulo
Matale,
Jordan.
Castle Charlie.
So to Connie September, who was the Minister of Human Settlements in the previous parliament. That's Lynn Brown, the former Premier of the Western Cape. She had spent the last administration as the leader of the opposition in the provincial legislature of the Western Cape, leader of the ANC, of course. She
Let
is
us
now
begin with
taking
the
her
oath of
oath
affirmation.
to become a national
I
member of parliament.
Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
The Western Cape,
Secretary.
Western Cape ANC very well represented
Sibi Veronica
in those members of the ANC that were just sworn in.
Moses, Ngwabe Sibusiso Christopher, Shalembe Maliake Limon, Mabika Mandlenkosi Sicelo, Sheikh Imam Ahmed Munso, Olomisa Bantu Bonke Harrington, Kwangwa Ngabayumzi Lawrence Saziso, Filtane Mncedisi Luthando Wellington, Majeke Cynthia No College.
Let's begin with the oath or affirmation, as the case may be. I Those who took an oath, you've heard. Now you raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, you raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats. Secretary, please call out the names of the next group.
Tom Oliswa, Sandra, Johnson Mlungisi, Tseke Grace Kikulu, Majola Figile Zakaria, Bam Muganya, Vatiso, Oliphant Haulatli Godfrey, Bohopani Zulu, Henriette Ipileng, Masuku Madala Exon, Chohan Fatima Ismail, Masango Moses Siposezwe Amos.
Please take your oath or affirmation according to your preference. I,
Lungisi Johnson, solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, you raise your right hand and say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seat. Secretary.
Nyalungu Raisibe Eunice Olomisa Sango Pategile Mthembu Nokukhanya Skwacha Mcebisi Tuli Bongi Maria Nel Andres Carl Mtaga Nomakhaya Mavis.
It seems the audio in the chamber has been improved and that the members who are now taking their oaths or affirmations are a little bit more audible. This is once again the ANC members that are being sworn in. That looks like Mr. Anwar Surti, Andres Nel, Patagilo Olomisa.
Please take your oath or affirmation. I.
Dr. Bevan Gokwana there, you could see.
Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do."
SABC Skwacha,
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Former chairperson of the ANC in the Western Cape, has also now taken his oath to become a fully fledged member of the National Assembly, Member of Parliament.
Stab Dirk Jan, Van der Walt Desiree, Motau Seja Motopo Charles, Van der Westhuizen Andricus Peter, Liz Robert Alfred, Lovemore Annette Theresa, Michael Natasha Wendy Anita, Stein Annette.
This is now the Democratic Alliance that is being sworn in. Some of them, there is Mr. Alf Lees, Annette Stein, Natasha Michaels.
Please take your oath or affirmation. Let's begin. I. Those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand.
Natasha Michaels, who is second nearest to the screen,
please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
serves on the Public Enterprises Committee, or at least served on the Public Enterprises Committee in the previous Parliament, and is quite renowned for giving Minister Malusi Gigaba a really hard time whenever he was appearing in front of the committee.
Cornelius Mutambi Azuyangwisi Faith Sibande Mtikeni Patrick Matsimbi Catherine Masuta Tsililo Michael Posa Yuveni Ngwengwezi Masina Mzwanile Colin Kukani Agnes Daphne Nolutando, Memezi Humphrey, Mdumzeli Zondelela.
And this is the ANC. I can see former Minister, Deputy Minister of Sports there. I can also see Mr. Mike Masuta.
May we please begin with the oath of affirmation. I
Advocate Mike Masuta. Unfortunately, I can't see that lady's face. But yes,
those
she
who
was
took an
standing
affirmation,
next to
please
Humphrey
raise your right
Memezi.
hand and say, I do. And those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Secretary.
Mahlangu Jabulani Lucas, Siminya Machweni Rosina, Mapatwe Emmanuel Ramautwana Kebi, Topo Mancheng Anna, Mashile Huang Lemius, Abrahams Beverly Lynette, Boy Nyamezeli Shedrack, Dunjwa Marianne Lindelo, Bengu Fezile.
We continue with the African National Congress and its members that are being sworn in. Lemius Mashile standing right in the middle there.
Let's
he
begin
was
with the oath of affirmation.
the head of the Ethics Committee, alongside the now retired Professor Ben Turok. Also in there is Mr. Nyami Boy,
So help me God, and those
who is reportedly taking the place of Minister Dina Pule, who withdrew from the list of ANC members who were supposed to come to Parliament.
Ramakadza Ramakaudi Paul, Mweniso Tombo Vuyo Veronica, Koza Nicolaus Pro, Matloko Abinar
It
Motikela.
looks like we are back to the economic freedom fighters.
Makoti Sibongi, Joseph Bernard Daniel,
All of these members that you see there
Litchfield Chabalala,
are new to the institution.
Morapela
So
Koto Zakaria,
they will be among the ones who will undergo the induction process that
Mulauzi
Advocate Adhikari
Elfas, Tilivale, sorry,
spoke about a little bit earlier on.
Let's begin with the oath or the affirmation. I If it is an oath you took, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. And if it is an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
I'm sure a lot will be said about this day and the EFF who come to be sworn in their red overalls and berets.
Mandashe Priscilla Tozama.
A day to be remembered, definitely, in South African history.
Kenye Tandiwe Elizabeth. Ranto Daphne Zugiswa. Maklagwana. Comley Humphrey Makoto.
We're now back with the African National Congress, who, remember, has got 249 members in this parliament that need to be sworn in. The chair of committees, that looks like Stella Ndabeni, the former Deputy Minister of Communications, and Cedric Froelich.
Please take the oath of affirmation. Let's begin.
There you can see a gentleman being assisted with his swearing-in process.
For those who took, I'll wait for all of you to stop before I can get to the end. Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
ANC there, more members of the party being sworn in.
Steenhuisen John Henry, Ghana Stanford Makashule, Rabutapi Mpuneng Winston, Lotrit Annelie, Ross David Christie, Bason
It sounds
Leonard
like
Jones,
around where members
Ian
of the Democratic
Michael,
Alliance
Maimani,
will be sworn in.
Muzi Aloysius.
The applause is for Musi Maimane, who's just now stepping up. There you can see him there nodding.
Fichlin,
Tipped, of
Archibald
course, to become
Mzubukile.
to lead the DA caucus in Parliament, following the sudden departure of the previous incumbent Lindiwe Mazibuko. It remains to be seen, however, if the caucus will
Let us begin.
and elect
Let's
him
take
as
the
their
oath
leader.
of affirmation now. Please begin.
Standing next to him is Ian Ollis. He's a former shadow minister of transport for the Democratic Alliance.
Those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." And those who took an oath, please do raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you. Thank you. Secretary.
Malchus Hope Helen, Ngoni Pumzile Justice, Xhego Sovita Sheila Tembalam, Capha Ndumiso, Ndongeni Nokuzola, Luyenge Zukile, Pikinini Imamile Obin, Soju Mahotso Magdalene, Kwarai Lefu Peter, Kuno Tabisang Pauline.
May we begin with the oath and the affirmation? Please begin. Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. And those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Before you do, Secretary, I appeal for cooperation. The noise is getting higher and higher as we proceed. Let us work together, please. Secretary?
The Chief Justice there is expressing his concern that the members are getting a little bit too loud for his liking, asking them to keep the noise level at a respectable level.
Gerhardus, Vellum, Maseko, Lindiwe Michelle, Mabasa, Chikangoma.
Please take the oath of affirmation. Let's begin.
More members of the African National Congress
Those who took an oath,
being sworn in. Among
please
them,
raise your right hand and say, so help me God. And those who
Paul
took an
Mashatile.
affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, I do.
And Gerard Korenhoff.
Thank you. You may return to your seat. Please call out the names of the next group.
Lorimer James Robert Bourne, Murray Eric Johannes, Mainia David John, Mubu
This is now
Kenneth
the Democratic
Sedilo.
Alliance.
Shin Marianne Robin, Foss James, Maliam Kevin John, Bergman Darren, Matsepe Choluan David,
Among those being sworn in,
Boshoff,
third
Hildegard
from
Sonia,
the right, is David Mania, who always had very, very interesting, had a very interesting relationship with former Minister Lindiwe Sisulu when she was still with the defense. Always provided such a lot of entertainment, I think, for everybody in the committees. And obviously also for us as journalists.
Take, the oath of affirmation according to your preference. Let's begin.
See James Lorimer there, and the first one to be called out.
Those who took an oath, your right hand up, please, and say, so help me God.
The lady
And those
right
who
in the
took an
middle, her
affirmation,
name is Marianne
right
Shin.
hand up, please, and say, I do.
Very tough.
Thank you. You may go back to your seat.
Especially on the former Communications Minister, Dina Pule, whenever she appeared in front of the committee. I think by the end of the last parliament, she had softened a little bit.
Nare Patricia, Mdagane Mzameni Richard, Molebati Mabi Angelina, Ndaba Claudia Nontlantla, Raputi Deborah Dineo,
This is the ANC once again.
Ralehoma Strike Michael, Mabe Betha Peace, Kubai Mamloko Triforce.
The gentleman third from right, Richard Mdagane, headed the Portfolio Committee on sports in the previous parliament, and the lady on the extreme right, Joanne Fubs, who is now was nodding her head.
Aye.
The lady in the middle there is Bertha Mabe, and the former chief whip. Well, not her, standing right next to her.
Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And for those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You're excused.
Relax.
For a minute, I thought one of you was not reading out the oath. I was going to respectfully ask that you repeat the oath of affirmation. Serious business. Secretary?
Philane Majake Makataso Charlotte Chana. Tsotetsi Dikeledi Rebecca. Kekana Ezekiel. Van Royen David Douglas Des. Magwanishe Gratitude. Maisela Patrick. Kliane Silo Albert. Tabete Elizabeth. Kekana Charles.
Let me just quickly bring in
Morutua.
Advocate Zoreya Alikari here. We've now seen many of these members of parliament being sworn in. What is the next step now? Once all of these members are sworn in, President Jacob Zuma is, we suspect that he will obviously continue to be president. He's then sworn or inaugurated on Saturday. What then happens with the members? When do they come back? When do they actually start working?
Well, I haven't quite looked at the program, but effectively they start working the minute they are sworn in. So I haven't quite looked at the program, but I would assume that committees will start pretty soon. Immediately after inauguration, they would start their responsibilities and duties, because their office is effective as of today, after their swearing in.
All right. Thanks very much.
Those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." And those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You may return to your seat.
That looks like another batch of MPs from the African National Congress.
Goodrich Ahmed. Low Elsabe Natasha. Mataise Ntago Sem. Twala Diliza Lucky. Mashabela.
As you can see there, we're back with the EFF. We suspect that this is the last group from them, the last 5 or 4 members to be sworn in. 5, there we go. This is the last 5
Please
members
take the oath of affirmation.
the
Let's
EFF
begin.
to be sworn
I
in.
Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, do likewise and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seat.
We saw the arrival of the members of the EFF this morning. They arrived with
Vincent George,
song
Mukhotsi
and
Velemina
pompous.
Pulani,
Obviously very excited to be in Parliament.
Luzipho Sahlulele,
We're very excited to
Madlopa
have them
Celiwe
here.
Qhamkile, Mnganga Tabashe Lungi Annette, Cele Mosi Anthony, Gina Nomalungelo, Khoza Makhosi Busisiwe, Dlamini Dubazana Zefroma Sizani.
We are back with the African National Congress. I think obviously the standout person there is Bheki Cele's third from right. He is, of course, the former National Commissioner of Police,
with the oath of affirmation.
who is today becoming a member of Parliament. There he is, looking very suave.
Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
It remains to be seen if Bheki Cele will serve in the Portfolio Committee on Police. And we look forward to interactions between him and Diane Colo-Barnard from the Democratic Alliance. Both firebrands from the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thandi Cecilia, Mthethwa Enoch Muzi, Thompson Barbara, Begwa Simpiwe Donatus, Dlomo Bongekile Jabulile.
Looks like more members there of the African National Congress.
Please take the oath of affirmation. I.
Oh, yes, yes. One of the members that have just been sworn in, Thandi Memela, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Thank you. You go back to your seats.
It's not clear yet if she will be elected chair of the NCOP, or if she will continue in the position of deputy.
Kaba, Hill, Lewis, Jordan, Gwyn, Horn, Werner, Creer, Hendrik Christian Crawford, Mshlongo Tsefo Winston, Hadebe Thomas Willaki, Atkinson Patrick George, McKay Gordon.
This is now the Democratic Alliance once again, that is having 10 of its members being sworn in as members of Parliament for the next 5 years.
Please take the oath of affirmation. I. Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Secretary.
Bengu Pumzile, Jeffrey John Harold, Nene Tlanhla Musa, Landis Llewellyn Tyrone, Ngobo Beatrice Tembekile, Mchunu Sibongile, Mjobo Lindiwe Tomikaise, Gumede Donald Mlindwa, Bonhomme Trevor John.
This is back to the African National Congress. We have right in the middle there
Let's take the
Mr.
oath of
Llewellyn
affirmation.
Landers,
I,
who chaired the ad hoc committee on justice and constitutional development. That looks like Mr. Nene, the former deputy finance minister,
I readily assume that
as
some
well
have taken an
as
affirmation and others an oath.
John Jeffries,
Very well,
Deputy
those who
Minister
took an
of
oath,
Justice.
raise your right hand and
Also
say,
two more
"So help
members
me
that
God,"
are
and those who affirm,
in
raise your right
wheelchairs.
hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Who are being assisted right there back to their seats. Members of the African National Congress.
Mackenzie Cameron, McPherson Dean William, America Derek, Baker Tanya Elena, Bada Tandega, Hans Singer, Christian Hans Heinrich, James Lungisa Veronica, McLachlan Alan Ross, Stander Terry, Steenkamp Johanna.
Like members of the Democratic Alliance.
Please take the oath of affirmation. I,
and all of these ones currently on the screen, all new members of Parliament. There's 89 members of the Democratic Alliance.
those who have sworn, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who have affirmed, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you.
The applause there, very audible, is of course for the new members of Parliament that are being sworn in. The lady
Mulder, Peter Willem
there
Adrian,
wearing the red
Groenewald,
is
Petrus Johannes,
former councillor
Mulder, Cornelius Petrus, Alberts
in
Anton
the
de
city
Waal,
of Cape Town, Tandega
Lakota,
Kanda.
Messiah Gerard Patrick, Madisha, William Moteka,
And
Carter, Deirdre,
this is the Freedom Front Plus, the brothers Mulder, Peter and
Meshwe,
Corne.
Kenneth Rasalebe Joseph,
It looks also like they
Swart,
will take
Stephen Nicholas,
be
Dudley,
sworn in at the
Sherilyn,
same time as the Congress of the People, as well as the African Christian Democratic Party. Those three parties represented there, the Freedom Front Plus, the
Please
Congress
take
of the
your-
People, and the
oath of
ACDP,
affirmation. Let's begin. I,
with their 10 members.
En dat ik de grondwet en alle andere rechten van die republiek zal gehoorzaam, eerbiedig en onderhou.
Musiwa Lekota there, the leader of the Congress of the People, comes back to Parliament. The
those
party
who
has been
took an
significantly
affirmation,
reduced
please raise your right
from
hand and
the
say,
previous
"I
Parliament.
do."
In
And those who took an oath, please
the
raise your
previous
right hand and
Parliament,
say,
they had
"So help
29
me
seats. Today, they're only swearing in 3
God." Thank you. You
members.
may return to your seats.
Sherilyn Dudley, Steve Swart, and
Secretary.
Kenneth Mishwe make up the contingent for the
Maila
African Christian
Mulu
Democratic Party.
Stanford Ama
Let us cooperate, please. Thank you.
Maila Mulu Stanford
Once again, the Chief Justice is forced to
Matlala Mutwaledi Hezekiah
quieten the members of Parliament.
Tabeleng Mama Khase Elek Matebe Tutu Helen Masihela Elizabeth Kwena Manuku Bilankulu Kinsani Kate Mabija Libuhani Kekana Pinky Sharon Mutimele Malusi Stanley.
This is the ANC. Some very senior members there of the ANC.
May we begin with the oath or affirmation? I.
There you can see more members of the ANC taking
Those who
their
took an
oath of
oath, please
office
raise your
or
right hand and
affirmation.
say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats. Secretary.
Motapo Matipuane Refilwe Moremadi. Seli Rembulwani Moses. Mavunda
Calling out the names now is Masibulele Xhaso, who is the Secretary to the National Assembly.
Lakude Doris Eunice Chikunga Lydia
He is
Sinisiwe
giving
Manana
Ms. Baby
Duzile
Chawa,
Promise
the Deputy
Boroto
Secretary to Parliament,
Matlala Grace Kosa
a break
Dalton
from what
Tamalani
must be quite a job that makes you very thirsty.
In line with your preference, take an oath or affirmation. Let's begin. I.
Yes.
If it is an oath you took, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And if it is an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do."
So help me God.
Thank you. Please go back to your seats. And please don't forget to sign. I noticed that some forget to bring the form for taking the oath of affirmation. It's possible to forget to sign the document. Please do sign. Secretary.
Khalo Mandlenkosi Philip. Chayisa Lulama Maxwell. Jafta Stephen Mahlubanzima. Walima Luama Molapi Andres. Chishonga Michael Malisa. Mpeti Siropana Sinyani Alton. Godi Nelson Temba.
About to take the oaths or affirmations now.
Please take the oath or affirmation.
The President of the PAC, Alfred Mpiti.
Let's begin. I.
As well as the leader of the APC, Themba Godi. The two of them are standing together. Themba Godi to the left and Alfred Mpiti to the right. They are representing the PAC, the sole member of the PAC, and of course the sole member of the APC in Parliament.
Those who saw, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you.
Themba Godi was also the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, which is commonly referred to as the public watchdog.
Ngowana Hlakudi France, Siwela Elvis Kolwana, Skosana James Jim, Nisi Nokaya Adelaide, Radebe Goodwill Sbusiso, Ngadimeng Mohotle Frida, Mnguni Derek, Bongo, Bongani Thomas, Mapulane Mohlopi Philmon, Mokoto Ntibane Rebecca.
Let us please take the oath of affirmation. Let's begin. I, those who affirm, please raise your right hand and say, I do. And those who saw, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. Thank you. You may go back to your seats. Secretary.
Van Dijk Veronica, Whitfield Andrew Grant, Bratseth Timothy James, Wilson Evelyn Rain, Bagram Michael, Van Onselen Belinda, Breitenbach Glynis, Cardo Michael John, Kasim Yusuf, Seshoko Mbo Solomon.
Stepping onto the floor of the National Assembly now is Michael Bagram, very experienced labor lawyer here in Cape Town and also a president or honorary president of the Cape
Please take
Chamber of
the
Commerce.
oath of affirmation. Let's begin. I.
He will, for the next 5 years, be serving as a member of parliament for the Democratic Alliance. In the center of your picture there is Glynis Breitenbach. She, of course, comes from the Scorpions.
Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. And those who took an affirmation,
Scorpions no longer exist, pardon me, which comes from the National Prosecuting Authority, the NA. Also in that badge is the young man of the Democratic Alliance, the youngest member
cooperate with us.
of Parliament for this term.
Let us work together so that we can get this business over and done with. We're all adults, and I'm sure we'll behave likewise. Secretary?
The Chief Justice there, visibly annoyed by the level of noise and disturbances that's currently taking place in the chamber. Let's hope that that does not set the tone for the next 5 years.
Mapule Veronica, Motau Abraham Molifi, Mabilo Solomon Patrick, Pason Joyce Vuyiswa.
We're back with members of the African National Congress now. There's 249 of them that will serve in this, the 5th Parliament, a democratically elected Parliament of South Africa.
Let us begin with the oath of affirmation. I. Those who affirm, please raise your right hand and say, I do. And those who saw, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. Thank you. You may return to your seat. And for the benefit of all,
that have just been
The
sworn in.
Secretary has just brought it to my attention that some members signed where I'm supposed to sign. So I know you're not doing it because you're harboring any ambition to be Chief Justice. So please sign only where it is written member. Thank you, Secretary.
Davis Kevin Richard, Fig Malcolm John, Youngblood Zelda,
The Chief
Chance,
Justice there
Roger
just
Williams
making sure
Tobias,
that
Mbele,
everybody knows who's in
Zakele
charge.
Njabula, Riedelang Reis, Marias Helenis, Tarabella Machesi, Nomsa Innocentia, Van Damme, Pumzile Thelma, Volmunk,
These are
Hendrik
members
Cyril.
of the Democratic Alliance that are now stepping onto the floor of the National Assembly.
Let us please take the oath of affirmation. Let's begin. I. Those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may go back to your seat. Secretary.
Van Schalkwyk, Sharon Renee, Kota Fredericks, Doliso Albertina, Kalako.
There's a problem. We start all over again, Secretary.
Van Schalkwyk, Sharon Renee, Kota Fredericks, Doliso Albertina, Kalako, Mziwa Madoda, Uppington, Freddie Edrams, François Bierkes, Mambetlala Tandi, Mkongi, Pongani Michael, Matshoba, Mandisa Octavia, Mandela, Andrew Franz.
We're back to members of the African National Congress that are being sworn in. Right in the middle there, the tall gentleman, François Beekman, returns as a member of parliament. He, in the previous administration, had served as the head of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, commonly known as IPID. And I'm sure the ANC will benefit tremendously from having him back as a member.
Those who took an affirmation, please raise your right hand and say, "I do." And those who took an oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you. You may return to your seats. Secretary. Are there any members present who have not yet taken an oath of affirmation? Have we inadvertently left out any who is supposed to take an oath or affirmation? None. Very well. That then concludes the administration of the oath or affirmation. And I congratulate you all. The next task we all have to embark upon is the election of Speaker of the National Assembly. We proceed to the election of office bearers, but for now the Speaker, as envisaged in sections 52.1 and 86.1 of the Constitution. And I have to announce that I have made available rules for the conduct of this meeting, as contemplated by the Constitution in Schedule 3, Item 9. Copies of the rules are on your desks, and they have also been gazetted. I also have to announce that I've appointed the following persons as returning officers to assist me in the proceedings of this meeting. They are: 1, Mr. M.B. Cotier as returning officer, and the following assistant returning officers: Mr. M. Klaso, Ms. P.N. Chawa, Mr. C.V. Matlangu, Mr. M.H. Plakis, Mr. V.P. Ngaleka, Ms. T.V. Lyons, Ms. A.A. Kirsten, Ms. R. January, Mr. M.J. Doti, Ms. C.S. Abel, Mr. F.J. Basson, Ms. N.C. Manjezi, Ms. N. Mongo, Advocate Z. Naidu, Mr. P. Handik, and they have already been an oath of office or affirmation have been administered to them this morning before me, just before the proceedings started. I now request the returning officer to read the notice whereby this meeting has been called. Secretary.
Determination of the first sittings of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces for the 5th Democratic Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. By virtue of the powers vested in me in terms of Section 51.1, read with 52.2 and 64.1 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, I, Mogoeng, the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, have determined the first sittings for the 5th Democratic Parliament as follows. 1. That the first sitting of the National Assembly, at which the President of the Republic of South Africa, Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly will be elected, shall take place on 21 May 2014 at 10:30. And 2. That the first sitting of the National Council of Provinces, at which the chairperson and deputy chairpersons of the National Council of Provinces will be elected, shall take place on 22 May 2014 at 10:30. Mogoeng, Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa.
The meeting will now proceed to the election of a Speaker of this House. Before I call for nominations, I have to remind members that in terms of the Constitution, each nomination must be submitted on the prescribed form and duly seconded. Furthermore, I have to draw the attention of members specifically to Item 4 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, in terms of which there may be no debate. Should you wish to motivate your nomination, such motivation must be confined to your nominee. There will now be an opportunity for nominations for the Speaker of the National Assembly. Yes.
This is now the second task of the day. And the Chief Justice
hereby propose the Honorable Baleka Mbete for the position of Speaker of National Assembly. Thank you very much.
Baleka Mbete, the ANC National Chairperson, being nominated to take the position of Speaker of the National Assembly.
Honorable Baleka Mbete has been nominated. Is the nomination seconded?
Morning, Chief Justice.
Yes, Honorable John.
I rise as second proposer of the nomination of the Honourable Baleka Mbete to the office of
Fatima
Speaker
Chowen.
of the National Assembly. I thank you.
Fatima Chowen, they're seconding the nomination for Baleka Mbete to take up the position as
Thank
Speaker.
you. Please present the nomination form to the returning officer.
The lady that made the first nomination was Pam Chwete. She is, of course, the wife of former Minister of Sport, Steve Chwete.
I thought you would reserve that for the sitting of Parliament.
The Chief Justice now just receiving officially the nomination.
I see a signature here, Honorable Baleka Mbete, which I'm made to believe is yours. Can you confirm it openly? The mic.
Honorable Chief Justice, I believe I did sign a form accepting to be nominated.
Thank you. Right, the form has been signed. You've heard now. Are there further nominations? Yes, ma'am.
Chief Justice, I, Annette Stein, want to nominate the name of Honourable Nosimo Balindlela as the position of Speaker.
The Democratic Alliance, they're nominating Nosimo Balindlela, former Premier of the Eastern Cape, for the position of Speaker. This now does present the Deputy, the Chief Justice with
All right.
an,
No, it's all right.
an opportunity.
Honourable Member, I sought to take a shortcut and ask the Secretariat what your names are, but I didn't find assistance. Can you state your name clearly for the record, please?
I'm Annette Stein.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, the Honourable Balindlela has been nominated. Is the nomination seconded?
Thank you. Nna Seja Mothopo Motau ke ema mo go theka tshitshino ya gore motlotlegi Nosimo Balindlela e be speakera sa parliament. Ke a leboga.
In case there's no interpretation, I can assure you he's second in the nomination.
The Chief Justice just confirming that Sej Mutau did second the nomination of Annette Stein for Nosimo Balindlela to become Speaker of the National Assembly. I'd like to bring in my guest here. Ma'am, Zureya Adhikari, who is from the Parliament's Legal Services. This does present a little bit of a challenge now in terms of the Speaker.
Yes.
What happens going forward?
Well, I think it's just a minute of excitement or so because it's now put to the vote and voting is done by secret ballot, so proceedings will be suspended until the vote is made known. And it's as simple as that. But I'm not sure whether he's already decided whether the two are valid nominations. It appears to be so. And so I think forthwith there will be the voting taking place.
All right. Zorea Adhikari there, our expert on parliamentary matters and legal issues for Parliament, just giving us a rundown of what we can expect now that two names have been nominated for the position of Speaker in the National Assembly. We know that the African National Congress has nominated Baleka Mbete, and the Democratic Alliance has nominated Nosimo Balindlela. The members will soon go to a vote, and the Chief Justice will then announce.
Thank you. The second nomination is also in order. Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? Very well. The following candidates have been properly nominated: Honorable Baleka Mbete and Honorable Nosimo Balindlela. Since more than one candidate has been nominated, a secret ballot will take place in terms of Item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. I now suspend the proceedings to allow the returning officer to prepare ballot papers. We shall resume the proceedings when the bells are rung. Will arise. Secretary.
Well, there you have it. Parliament containing the names of Baleka Mbete from the ANC as well as Nosimo Balindlela. They, of course, have been nominated by their parties for the position of Speaker of the House. So for the next 30 minutes or so, the Parliament staff will now go and print the ballots, and then the members of Parliament will vote through a secret ballot, and then the House will then resume. I think for the time being, let's cross you back to Johannesburg, and then we should see you in about 30 minutes when Parliament resumes. From us, that's it.
South Africans survived 2014.
Many of us actually were given bursaries by state-owned enterprises to develop the same young people.
It's in our hands, and our future is up to us. It's a tough year, and tough decisions will have to be made by the government. It's an election year, which makes it difficult to make tough decisions. I mean, it's tough to make tough decisions. It's especially tough in an election year.
That's Rights and Recourse, Sundays 2 p.m. on SABC News.
A forensic audit report has found that the Independent Electoral Commission's procurement of new premises was neither fair nor transparent.
That wasn't a nice experience to see someone die like that. 18-year-old, I mean, he's still a child.
It's very pretty.
Yeah. That's Morning Live, daily at 6 a.m. on SABC News.
With what? You football? Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, let me just switch our mic off here. Because listen, that guy over there with a jersey on. Yeah. Yeah. I know, I just want to switch it off. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, bro, so he's got a connection with somebody. She said he'd like us to interview first, but I don't remember the name. Do you want to order? Yeah, I just asked you. I can't say. Hey, bro, would you like to speak to Abra about your...
Darby, how are you? Abra. When Lucy comes out, I'm happy to bring him to you first for an interview. Is that good?
Fine.
Okay.
Do we know more or less how long this will interview?
I don't know. Look, they're supposed to come out at 1 o'clock.
Are you going to be his first witness at Parliament?
It's an interim measure, so I'm not sure. Sure.
I'm just checking. You hear me now? You hear me now? I'm going to just move this mic. You hear me now? And when I get to 9, I'm going to come further.
499. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
6, 8.
Okay, and
Did you hear me after 9?
We're actually hoping to grab a few right now.
All right, I'll leave it in that other position. I can hear you, but
Are you sure?
no, but you don't speak to you. Okay,
But I
Abra's
can
here.
get some
I'm
of the
sitting
low-level
up
ones. If you're interested, maybe some of our new MPs, people like Mzile Van Dam or Sakela Mbele.
To bring them out now?
I
Yes,
lined
I
up
think that
with
is
Mr.
possible.
Mamani.
Give me one, because it's the whole thing.
Okay, you know Mr. or Mrs. Mamani?
Okay, absolutely. Okay, I'm going to get through Mzile for you right now.
Yes, thank you.
Or somebody? Okay, it's just getting sorted possibly with that person. Yes, it's Musi. It's Musi Mamani, yeah.
No, we're not doing Musi now. We're doing Pumzile Van Dam now. He's going to bring
Pumzile
this out
Van Dam,
later.
yeah. Pumzile Van Dam is the first one. Maybe your mic is hidden inside that.
Look, I'm not going to be on camera now. I'm just going to stick it.
Okay, that's cool, yeah. She says let's just line them up, stick them there, and I'll just go from one to the other.
This guy's doing us a favor. They thought it'd be MPs standing around here, but obviously they are not. So.
I heard the lady say that if it's miserable, they're not even going to come out here. Yeah.
Ibrahim Abi, try and walk in a straight line. And don't. No. Please. Okay. Walk in a straight line. No wiggling.
We can just do Mr.
Mr.
Land.
Land? Yeah.
How are you?
There you
I'll hold it. Yeah, I was recording though, so don't jump in with questions yet. No, I won't. No. So just look at me.
Stand by. And cue.
Mr. Landers, how many times have you been sworn in as an MP in the National Assembly?
This is my 5th occasion, and it feels no different than it did in 1994. And as you can recall, 1994 was extremely exciting. And we came here with stars in our eyes. I'd like to think I still have those stars in my eyes, and so I hope we all approach the task ahead of us with enthusiasm and the same excitement.
Speaking about enthusiasm and excitement, we've got lots of brand new MPs coming here for the first time. They're bound to be very enthusiastic. Do you have any words of wisdom to give MPs across the board from various parties, the new ones especially?
Well, I think the only advice I can give them, and it's very humble advice, is read a lot. This place is very demanding in that regard. If you haven't done your research, your homework, your own personal investigation into matters, and don't hesitate to ask others for advice and guidance, then you'll be okay. But if you don't do that, if you just hear for whatever other reason, you'll find yourself like a dead duck in the water. So you've really got to work hard. This place is demanding as far as that's concerned, yes.
On a much lighter note, if somebody, for instance, from the EFF came to you and asked you for advice, do they have to stop it now? Okay, no, it's fine. They're happy with that.
From the top again, please. Come on.
What?
No, I can't. Yeah, from the top again.
Is it Adams though?
Yeah. Sorry.
How do I repeat what I've just said?
Oh, gosh.
Who's telling you this?
From studio.
Studio. I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mr. Landers, the same thing as in the beginning. This is not your first rodeo. How does it feel?
Well, it feels the same as it did in 1994 when we entered this place with many of the giants of the liberation movement. The feeling is no different now than it was then. And back then, we came here with stars in our eyes, enthusiastic, excited. And it's still the same now as it was back then.
Any advice to the newbies?
Well, to new members, my only advice would be read a lot, research a lot, ask others for advice and guidance. There's no shame or harm in that. In fact, it's to your credit. Parliament is very, very demanding. If you don't read and do research, then you'll be left in the lurch.
Now, on a lighter note, would you be willing to share some of your vast knowledge with somebody from the EFF if he did come and ask you for help?
Yes, why not? Yes.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Landers. Apologies for that from the other
Thank
side.
you.
No, it's not your fault.
How's it?
How are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So I want to know all about how it feels and...
Okay.
Okay, stand over here.
All right.
Just look at me, Zach.
Sure.
Stand by. I'll come in. I'll give you
No.
3, 2, 1. Action.
Zach, in our previous engagements, I interacted with you as a media person. And today you're being sworn in as an MP. How does that feel?
It feels enormously exciting. Still quite surreal, in fact. The reality of it is still settling in on me. But I'm looking forward to getting stuck in and hopefully making a valuable contribution in the work of Parliament.
You know, I'm sure you know that this is not an easy job. You're going to be spending lots of time studying and doing research. You would not have taken it if you were not up for the task. Have you done any preparation already?
Well, I think the work I did in my previous job, certainly in terms of understanding the workings of government, knowing the proper role of the legislature in the workings of government, accountability, oversights, proposing policy ideas through private members' bills and in debates. All of that has prepared me and set me up to do the job now.
Now, I know that you guys must still do your selections and everything, but is there any particular committee that you have your eye on? Is there any area that you personally would like to focus on? Can you tell me?
Well, of course, as far as the DA is concerned, the allocation of portfolios is at the discretion of the parliamentary leader. And I'll be happy to take any portfolio that I'm given and make the best of it. But my first preference does lie with the police portfolio. It's an area that I'm very passionate about. It's an area I've had a chance to learn quite a bit about through being in the provincial government. So that's something that would really get me excited and motivate me to work hard.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, pleasure.
If you do get police, I'll be seeing you there because it's my committee as
Oh,
well.
great, yeah.
I love it.
Yes,
I'm gonna
no.
miss an Elise van Bay.
Oh, yes,
but,
yeah. Yeah, I was quite looking forward to being in portfolio with her as well.
Because I asked Diane the other day if she's coming back, and she also said she doesn't know.
Yeah.
But I have quite a good relationship with most of the guys, but it'll be great to have you on board
Yeah,
as well.
no.
It's a very
Okay.
cool committee.
Good luck for today.
Okay, thank you, you too. Thank you, Darby.
I thought that arrested you in front of POA.
No, did you see that lady who fell there?
Yeah.
I got the trick right. Who's that lady?
She's wearing boots. She slipped in the wet.
I don't see any other MPs. So do I need to take the card, JC? For them to drop
No,
in?
they've got no card.
They're
They're trying to pull the police out of you. This thing is straight on triax. They must record it. They record it inside the house instead of this camera. That's how they have to record it. So sorry, no card.
Okay, no, as long as they've got it over there.
They've got it. We'll stand by until. Oops. What? Oh, this is this one. We'll stand by until we. Okay, I'll just tuck this away, yeah? I'm just tilting my lens down for the rain, okay? But I'm on the cams. One more time, Greg. You know, they're talking about taking a break, coming back to quarter two. So that leaves you, me, but they might want to record some of us, you know. They might want to record some, so that you know what they're saying.
Must we wait here?
You should decide now what he wants to tell us. Rudy, yeah.
Oh, are you saying we must do this?
A bit of excitement from the new kids on the block, making through to their promise to come dressed in their trademark red regalia inside the house, anticipation and cross-political conversations.
The Secretary to Parliament will call out the names. Secretary? The Secretary to Parliament will call out the names.
Soon the official program of taking oath of affirmation begins. First up, the designated president and deputy.
In whatever language of your preference, you will say, "So help me God," and those who took an affirmation, in whatever language.
A bit of excitement from the new kids on the block, making through to their promise to come dressed in their trademark red regalia inside the house, anticipation and cross-political conversations.
The Secretary
making through to their promise to come. Excitement from the new kids on the block, making through to their promise to come dressed in their trademark red regalia inside the house, and excitement from the new kids on the block, making through to their promise to come dressed in their trademark red regalia. A bit of excitement from the new kids on the block, making through to their promise to come dressed in their trademark red regalia inside the house, anticipation and cross-political conversations.
The Secretary to Parliament will call out the names.
Soon the official program of taking oath of affirmation begins. First up, the designated president and deputy president.
In whatever language of your preference, you will say, "So help me God," and those who took an affirmation, in whatever language you may have opted for, you will say, "I do."
In batches of 10, each member took an oath from the official opposition, the newbies in the House, and the ruling party. Nerves got the better of some as they forgot their oath documents at their desks. With formalities aside, it was time to elect new presiding officers, nominations for the position of the Speaker, and a counter-nomination from the opposition raising DAMP Nosimo Balindlela, forcing a vote and the House adjourned before the vote. Bulilani Philip, SABC News, Parliament.
2. 1 2 1 2. Studio 12. 1 2 1 2. Joburg. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Short tighter. What's this now? 1 2 1 2. Rudy, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
You should be able to hear it
1
now.
2 1. Yes, I can hear you.
Watch out when you stand up, eh?
Aye, no call. 2 minutes. Okay. Hi Peter, we are in Cape Town. Sithetha ngqo nendaba ze-SABC. Are you talking to me, Rudy? Oh, okay. Silindele ke iziphumo ke zoluvoti apha eParliament apho ke umbutho we-DA eqongana ngqo. Uyaniva ke ngoku, Dr. Angizwa? 1 2. Sibuliseni samkele apha. Ya ngisakuzwa sisi. Ubani osemoyeni? Ubani osemoyeni? Who's on air? Yeah, nguwe noxolo or is it somebody else? Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Enibulise kuwe noxolo nakubabukeli elinyane lokuba ifikile lemini ibixelwa apho iParlamente ke iqala namhlanje ukuhlala okokuqala emva kolinyulo likazwelonke ke namhlanje ke njengoba sesivile ngaphambili ukubana ke amalungu oma-400 alapha ke National Assembly aza kufungiswa ke ngokusesikweni ngo-Chief Justice uMogoeng. Lonto ke leyo ke seyigqibakele yahamba ke ngendlela eyiyo. Kungoku nithetha nawe iParlamente ke ilindele ke iziphumo zolukhetho ke lesitulo sikasomlomo njengoba seyisitshilo ke ingxelo besiyifumene yokubana ke i-ANC ngombutho enamalungu amaninzi yona ke iphakamise ke umama ubaleka Mbethe wayeka ngaphambili ke wangusomlomo kule ndlu yowisomthetho phakathi ka-2004 no-2008 kodwa ke le nkqubo leyo khayihambe ngendlela ngokuba nayo kwelinye icala ke umbutho ophikisa i-DA nayo ke iphakamise umntu owayesakuba inkulumbuso eMpuma Koloni kwaye ngoku elilungu le-DA eParlamente ke umama uNosimo Bhalindlela. Loo nto ke ithe yanyanzelekisa kuba ke iParlamente ke ithi qha inike ithuba lokuba ke makuvotwe. Ndithetha nawe njengoku salindeleke loo nkqubo ke iqosheliswe phambi kokuba ke sifumane iziphumo. Kwakhona ke emva kwaloo nkqubo kuyawulindeleka kuphinde ke kuphinde kuvotelwe ke isekela ke likasomlomo. Siyazi ke izolo ke i-ANC ibitshilo ukuba ke iza kuphakamisa ke oyisa kuba ngumphathiswa wemicimbi yomasipala umnumzana uLitshisa Tsinodi. Yena ke asikayazi okwangoku ukuba mhlawumbi uyawujongana nabani na ngokuba sekucaca mhlophe ukuba i-DA nayo ke ilungiselela ke ukuphakamisa umntu. Njengoba ke ingxelo yethu bitshilo ke le nkqubo ke yokufungisa ngokusesikweni amalungu aseParlamente amatsha noko ikhe yathanda ke mhlawumbi kuwothusa amanye amalungu ebonakala ingathi anedyodyo amanye esoyika ngokuba kwelinye ityeli sibone ke amanye amalungu esishiya ngasemva ke la maxwebhu abo okufungiswa ngokusesikweni. Kwakhona ke no-Chief Justice uMogoeng naye ukhe wahlaba indlebe abanye esithi uyacela ke bangatshikitshi kwindawo bekumela kutyikitya yena kodwa baqwalasela ngokuba batshikitye kwezi ndawo bekumela batyikize kuzo. Njengoba ke sesitshilo ngaphambili ukubana ke okwangoku asikayazi uba iziphumo zolu voto lwesihlalo sikasomlomo nesekela lakhe uba iyawuphelela phi kodwa ke le nkqubo isaqhuba kwaye ke ezi ziphumo kuzawuphuma ngekudala. Sithathe intambo sizibuyisele kuwe estudio.
Please be seated. Maybe before we go further, let me say, it is at the first sitting of the National Assembly that both the Speaker and the President will have to be elected. So, if by 12 midnight we are not done, because it's got to be the first sitting, we will take some breaks but proceed into the next day. Otherwise, it is not the first sitting. Very well. Thanks. We shall now resume proceedings. Assistant returning officers will now show that the ballot boxes are empty and close them. Please do that. Let it be seen there's nothing hidden inside. And the procedure to be followed is as follows. Members will be called in alphabetical order according to their surnames. When their names are called, members must collect the ballot paper from the voting table. I appreciate, of course, that some may not wish to participate in the electoral process. You're free not to collect it, but at least let us recognize you and know that you have declined to participate. We don't want to be mistaken for having wanted to disadvantage anybody from participation. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and must record his or her vote by placing a cross in the box against the name of the candidate for whom he or she desires to vote in the space provided on the ballot paper for recording of a vote. After making the mark on the ballot paper, and while still in the booth, members must fold their paper in such a manner that the official mark thereon is visible to the assistant returning officer at the ballot box. After the assistant returning officer has noted the official mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and resume their seats. The returning officer will now call upon members to vote. Returning officer.
Abrams, Beverly Lynette, Adams, Freddie, Alberts, Anton de Waal, America, Derek, Atkinson, Patrick George, Baker Michael, Baker, Dania, Elena, Valentlela, Sisizwe Beauty Nosimo, Bam, Muguya, Batiswa, Papela, Kopeng, Obet.
Next group, please.
Bason Joyce Vuiswa, Bason Leonard Jones, Begwa Simpiwe Donatus, Bachman Darren, Buchman Francois, Banga Bennett Zwengaba, Bengu Nozabelo Ruth, Bengu Fezile, Bengu Pumzile, Bilankulu Kenzani Kate,
Proceed.
Bukopani Zulu, Henrietta Ipeleng, Bongo, Bongani Thomas, Bonholm, Trevor John, Boy, Nyamezeli Shadrach, Boroto, Matlala Grace, Bushielo, Sheila Paulina, Boshoff, Hildegard Sonia, Ralseth, Timothy James, Breitenbach, Glynis, Brown, Lynette.
Please call the next group.
Buthelezi Mangosuthu Gaja, Kappa Rosemary Noguzola, Kappa Ndumiso, Kado Michael John, Karim Yunus Ismail, Kata Deidre, Kasim Yusuf, Kele Begowake Hamilton, Kele Mosi Anthony, Chabane Wom Collins.
Please call the next group.
Chance Roger William Tobias, Chikunga Lydia Sandisiwe, Chowan Fatima Ishmael, Chewe, Manamore, Patricia, Coleman, Elsie, Mamature, Cronin, Jeremy Patrick, Twele, Siabonga Cyprian, Davies, Robert Hayden, Davis, Gavin Richard, De Freitas, Manuel Samau, Franco.
30 seconds. Hubert, sit down. You're bothering me. Stand by. Welcome back. Yes, we're still broadcasting to you live from our parliamentary studios in Parliament, where the National Assembly has just reconvened for the voting to elect a new Speaker of Parliament. Now, just before we adjourned earlier, we heard the ANC nominate Baleka Mbete to take up the position of Speaker, while the Democratic Alliance nominated Nosimo Balindlela. What is happening right now is that Parliament, the National Assembly has just reconvened, and the members of Parliament, all 400 of them, have now started voting for the member that they would want to lead them as the Speaker of the National Assembly. The Chief Justice, Mogoeng, is of course still presiding over this ceremony. Or at least over the voting process. I still have with me our guest advocate Zureya Adikari. She is Parliament's Chief Legal Advisor. Ma'am, let me bring you in at this point. We are now at the point where the members of Parliament at least are now voting for their Speaker of Parliament. How crucial is the Speaker to the functioning of the National Assembly?
Well, the Speaker is basically the guardian of the chamber. The Speaker looks after the decorum of the House, ensures that the rules are maintained in the House. Of course, decorum in the House is very important. There are, of course, the Constitution, legislation and rules which guide the Speaker in making his or her rulings. And these rulings form precedent, so it's very important that these rulings are considered rulings and therefore taken on very good advice, on very sound advice. So it's a very important role for the Speaker to play. There, of course, are other ceremonial roles, but by and large, the Speaker within the House plays that important role.
And also, critical also is the issue of keeping discipline within the House. Decorum, you've mentioned.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, the rules set out what constitutes contempt of Parliament. Discipline, of course, is very important. Those are all set out in the rules. We have procedural staff that advise Speaker as to when language is unparliamentary. That all talks to the kind of discipline that that's permissible in the House. Outside the House, Speaker, of course, has other responsibilities as well. There are at least two major pieces of legislation that guides the Speaker in performing these responsibilities, these roles and functions. The one being, besides the Constitution, of course, the one being the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. This Act, by and large, ensures that not only do we have transparency, but that members are protected in the House at the same time as they are allowed privileges and so on.
Is there any way where the legislation or rules that talks about the independence of the Speaker, because obviously the Speaker is elected from a political party? Is there anywhere that talks about the independence of the Speaker, and how important is the independence of to not obviously to be seen to be biased in favor of or against a particular political party in the House?
In fact, it's a constitutional imperative that the Speaker's role is that of an independent person. Of course, we're in a political environment and the Speaker is elected by a political party, but it's an independent role.
Right. Now, one of the things that we are seeing in this election of the Speaker that's currently taking place is manual voting. We know that the National Assembly and Parliament had upgraded the systems to electronic systems, and I'm sure the members of Parliament, when they then come back, they'll start voting and doing everything on the electronic systems. But why are we seeing the manual voting?
I'm not in a position to respond to that. I'm sure we're heading in the right direction, but I'm not quite sure how far we are with that process.
Okay, but then let's then talk. Once the Speaker is then is then elected, we do expect that the Speaker then will then preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why not the Chief Justice? Why the Speaker?
Well, the Speaker is ultimately the presiding officer of the House, and the Constitution envisages that the presiding officer for the election of the Speaker is obviously the Chief Justice, and then also makes provision for the Chief Justice to preside again over the election of the President.
Okay. I'm sure let's just quickly take a look inside. Let's cross inside and see if we can see just what is taking place right now. We see Dr. Wilma James about to vote, accompanied by, I think that's Patekile Holomisa. Let's listen in and see if we can hear anything from inside the chambers of the National Assembly.
Please go ahead.
Jumat Peterson Tina Monica, Johnson Mlungisi, Jonas Mcebisi Hubert, Youngblood Zelda, Jordan Zwelitinga Palo, Joseph Bernard Daniel, Kalako Mzwamadoda Uppington, Kalen Santoj Benita, Kekani Maisela David, Kekani Ezekiel.
Right, and there we're witnessing some of the new members of the National Assembly as they are voting for the position of Speaker. We're just watching now Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Tina Jumat Peterson. She's just made her mark. I can see Sandy Kellyan, the former Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance. She is about to drop her ballot paper into the ballot box. Right, let me quickly then just bring in our guest, Advocate Zureya Adikari. She is, of course, Parliament's Chief Legal Advisor. Ma'am, the Constitution essentially sets out everything that we are seeing here today. Does it in any way talk about the Speaker then inviting the Chief Justice to then preside over the election of the President later on today?
Well, the Speaker takes her seat and she invites, let me just find the section, section 80-something of the Constitution, 88 of the Constitution provides that I can't find it.
Okay.
But in any event, that yes, that she invites the presiding officer
to then
take
come
over
back
the seat. Yes.
Okay. No.
Yes.
That's very good. So over the next few minutes, as we watch this unfold, are we likely to see the parliamentary staff? Do they then get involved in the counting, in the tallying of the votes, or who does that actually?
Well, yes, they obviously do the telling. They're obviously the staff behind the scenes. As you saw earlier, the Chief Justice named the persons who would be actually doing the work behind the scenes.
After this, the election of the speaker, it will then be announced. What the thing that we haven't seen is the mace. I believe the mace hasn't been brought in.
That is that is what will be done once the speaker is announced, and the sergeant at arms will then command the speaker, and she will, of course, bear the mace. It is her job to bear the mace.
Okay. This is where I don't understand, firstly, a little bit, because we would understand that the House is duly constituted.
Yes.
But now you're saying that that's not the case, that the mace will come in and then the House is duly constituted.
Well, that is when, at the moment, the speaker has not yet taken her seat. Yes.
Okay. All right. No, we understand that. Let's then take a quick look again as to what we can see taking place inside the National Assembly.
The next group, please.
Lovemore, Annette Teresa, Luyenge Zukile, Luzipo Sahlulele, Make Jerome Joseph, Mabasa Chitlangoma, Mabe Kuleng Peter, Mabe Betha Peace, Mabija Libuana, Mabiga Mandlinkosi Sicelo, Mabilo Solomon Patrick.
Please call the next group.
Mabuta Fasi Twizulondi Rejoice, McKay Gordon, Mackenzie Cameron, Macpherson Dean Williams, Mandela Andrew France, Madigizela Mandela Nomzamo Winfred, Madisha William Mutiba, Madlopa Teliwe Kamgile, Maisela Patrick, Mafulu Mapule Veronica.
Okay, and there we're watching the members of parliament as they continue to vote for the position of the Speaker of the National Assembly. As they're voting in South Africa about 14 days ago, about 2 weeks ago, the most eligible voters in the country went to the polls themselves, obviously, to go and cast their ballots, and they were voting for the parties that they would want to govern the country for the next 5 years. And now the party representatives have today been sworn into Parliament, and now it is the party representatives and the political parties that are now going ahead and voting for the key positions within the government, which also include key positions within Parliament. Now, currently taking place is the election for the position of Speaker. I'm just going to bring you in here, Zoreya. Obviously, what's currently taking place there is also quite indicative of our democracy.
Absolutely.
Participatory, is this the tone that Parliament, do you think, wants to put in front of the nation?
Yes, I think it's always been the intention behind our very living constitution, that we have a democracy that is participatory, that is open. Our whole parliamentary regime, the way we operate, is open, and therefore our voting is done open, except for what we've seen, the secret ballot. That is the exception rather than the rule. So yes, we will see how many votes are obtained by which parties, and that is how democracy works.
Of course, once those votes are tallied, these are the numbers that are in the House. The ANC has got 249 votes, the Democratic Alliance 89, the EFF 25, the IFP 10, the NFP has got 6, the UDM, a United Democratic Movement, has got 4, the Freedom Front Plus has got 4, COPE has got 3, the ACDP has got 3, and then there was a new party that sprung up over the period of the elections, the African Independent Congress. They have got 3, and they obviously will exercise their votes in the House today. Then Agang has got 2, and then the PAC and the APC, they then bring up the rear with 1 vote each. So, if all parties then vote as they are, we do expect that the African National Congress and their candidate, Baleka Mbete, will then become Speaker of the National Assembly, and this will be the 2nd term that she chairs the House. Zoreya, is there a limit to the amount of times that you can be Speaker in the National Assembly?
No, there's no limit in the Constitution.
So, Baleka, well, if should the ANC then win 2019 and they say, well, Baleka, you did well for us in that period, we'd like to give it to you again, she can come back?
Yes, she can come back. The presidency has a limit of 2 terms.
Is that the only position that has got a limit?
Relevant to this, as far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. Well, there you have it. If Baleka Mbete is then elected Speaker of the National Assembly, she can stay there for as long as the ANC wishes her to, and of course that the ANC is able to make sure that she is elected to that position. Let's now quickly cross back into the House, where we believe Paul Mashatile is amongst those that will be voting, casting their ballot for the position of Speaker of the National Assembly.
The next group, please.
Masina Mzwandile Colin, Masondo Nkosiyakhe Amos, Masuku Madala Beckson, Masuta Chililo Michael, Matale Castle Charlie, Matebe Dudu Helen, Mataise Ntako Sem, Matlala Mutswaledi Hezekiel, Matluku Abina Mudikela, Matsepe Cholwani David.
next group.
Machoba Mandisa Octavia, Machobeni Asanda, Matsimbi Catherine, Mavunda Resimati Thompson.
There we're continuing to watch as the 400 new members of parliament cast their ballot as they try to elect a new speaker of parliament. Earlier on, before parliament adjourned, we saw the ANC nominate its national chairperson, Baleka Mbete, for the position of Speaker of the National Assembly at least. And then the Democratic Alliance, I think it was Annette Steyn and Serge Mutau, who then stood up for the Democratic Alliance, and then they said, well, they nominate Nosimo Balindlela. Balindlela is, of course, the former Premier of the Eastern Cape, and they nominated her to this position. Once that then happened, it meant that there was a contestation and that Parliament took a break. That break was longer than expected to go and print the ballots of, with obviously the names and the faces of these two ladies. They then reconvened the sitting and they started voting, something which they are continuing to do for the time being. There you see Noma India Mfegeto about to vote.
If you look on page 6 of the rules, in terms of paragraph 5 that deals with the ballot, then you'll see in paragraph 5b in the rules stipulated as follows: when the name of a member or head of a provincial delegation in other circumstances is called, he or she must, if present at the meeting, be issued with a ballot paper and record his or her vote in accordance with Rule 5.5. I suggest that names of members have been called and they did not participate in the procedure. I would like your interpretation, please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been advised that a similar issue was raised in the past, at the time when my predecessor, Pius Langa, was presiding. Now, this process is essentially no different from what obtains when the IEC spearheads the electoral process. Ballot papers are available. People would have registered their name to participate in the electoral process. But nobody can be heard to say that because you have registered and there is a ballot paper available to you, you are forced, whether at gunpoint or some other means, not only to present yourself, but to also make your mark. Similarly, this being a democratic process, if any honorable member of this House holds the view that they do not want to participate in the process because there is nobody they are going to be voting for, they are free not to respond when they are called up front to collect the paper and indicate who they would like to vote for. Now, must is the issue. Our courts have interpreted must depending on the context. To mean may, to mean may. And it is for this reason that, against the background that I have given, must in these rules, which I was privileged to draft or revise, means may.
Honorable Chief Justice.
I hope you're not threatening to call me to order.
Now, Honourable Chief Justice, I really enjoy your interpretation. I hope it also means that when it comes to our taxes to be paid, must will mean may.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Please call the list of the next group.
Mhlongo Tsepo Winston, Michael Natasha Wendy Anita, Milham Kevin John, Njobo Lindiwe Ntobikayise, Mkize Hlengiwe Buhle, Mkongi Bongani Michael, Memezi Humphrey Mdumzeli Zondelele, Musi Samuel Khayesi, Nwabe Sibusiso Christopher, Nwango Magaqa Albert.
Please call the next group.
Nganga Kabashe, Lungi Annette, Nguni Pumzile Justice, Nguni Derek, Nklitam John Andile, Nisi Nukanya Adelaide, Mokhotsi Velemina Paulina, Mokhalapa Stevens, Mokoto Ntibani Rebecca, Molebati Mapi Angelina, Molewa Bomo, Edna Edith.
Please call the next group.
Moloi Moropa Joyce Clementine, Munsami Magdalene, Morapela Khotso Zakaria, Morotua Masefele Rosalia, Mosala Itumeleng, Motau Setamotopo Charles, Moteka Pepane George, Motapo Motipwane, Refilwe Moremadi, Motimele Malusi Stanley, Motsecha Matsi Angelina.
We apologize, Honourable Member. It's Matsia indeed. Please call out the names of the next group.
Motsecha Matole Sirufo, Motwaledi Pakishe Aaron, Mpeti Sirupane Sinyane Alton, Mbonjane Alfred Mkipeni, Msibi Veronica Zanele, Mtembu Jackson Mpiwa, Mtembu Nokukanya, Mtetwa Emmanuel Nkosinati, Mtetwa Enoch Muzi, Mubu Kenneth Sililo.
Let's proceed.
Mudau Abraham Lefe, Mlaudzi Tilivali Elfas, Melda Peter Willem Adrian, Melda Cornelius Petrus, Mutambi Azwinghangwisi Faith, Nchabeleng Mama Khase Elek, Ndaba Claudia Nontlantla, Ndabeni Abrahams, Stella Tembisa, Ndebele Joel Sibusiso, Ndlozi Buyiseni Quentin.
Ndongeni Nokuzola, Nel Andres Carl, Nene Nhlanhla Musa, Nesibonisile Alfred, Ngobo Beatrice Tembekile, Ngwenya Mabila Pumuzile Catherine, Ngandi Meng Mogotle Frida, Ngwana Tlakudi France, Ngwana Mashabane Maiti Emily, Nkomo Sibongile Judith.
Please go ahead.
Nkwinti Gugile Ernest, Nobanda Geli Namhla, Nagula Noseviwe Nolotando, Mweniso Ntombo Vuyo Veronica, Ntobongwana Pumza, Ntombela Madala Louis David, Nchayisa Lulama Maxwell, Ntuli Bongi Maria, Ngesi Tembelani Walter May.
The next group, please.
Nyalungu Raisibe Eunice, Nzimande Bonginkosi Emmanuel, Oliphant Mildred Nelisiwe, Oliphant Gaulatli Godfrey, Olis Ian Michael, Wosthazen Gerhardus Cornelius, Oriana Ambrosini, Mario Gaspar, Pando Grace Naledi Mandisa, Patel Ibrahim, Peters Elizabeth Dipuo.
The next group, please.
Phahla Matume Joseph, Phosa Yvonne Kwenkwezi, Pikinini Imamile Obin, Pilane Majake, Makataso Charlotte Chana, Plowama Molapi Andres, Trikani Agnes Daphne Nolutando, Rabotapi Poneng Winsin, Khadebe Jeffrey Tamsanga, Khadebe Begizizwe Abram, Khadebe Goodwill Sbusiso.
Please go ahead.
Ralehoma Strike Michael, Ramakatsa Ramakaudi Paul, Ramaphosa Matamela Cyril, Ramatlodi Nwako Abel, Ramukhwase Titi, Ramali Johannes Ezekiel, Ranto Daphne Zugiswa, Raputi Debra Dinewo, Redeling Hayes Marias Helenis, Robinson Dennis, Ross David Christie.
Please call the next group.
Schiepers, Maureen Angela, Schmidt, Henry Cornelius, Self, James, Semenya, Machweni Rosina, September, Cornelia Carroll, Sishoka Moba Solomon, Shabangu Susan, Sheikh Imam Ahmed Mansour, Shalembe Maliyake, Limon, Shin Marian Robin.
The next group, please.
Shibambu Nyiko Floyd, Shaw Pesitole Sheila, Colin Nkensani, Sibande Mtikeni Patrick, Singh Narend, Sisulu Lindi Wenongleva, Sisulu Max Wisine, Sitole Ketamabala Petros, Siwela Elvis Kolwani, Sizani Pumelele Stone, Skosane James Jim.
And in one of the top booths there, you can see the former Speaker of the National Assembly, Max Sisulu, who is dropping in his ballot now. He is followed by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Lindiwe Sisulu, who is also, of course, his sister, and they have just voted.
And in terms of the rules that govern this process, Rule 5(7) in particular, if during the ballot the presiding officer is satisfied that a ballot paper has been inadvertently spoiled, he or she must instruct the returning officer to cancel that ballot paper, endorse the counterfoil thereof accordingly, and issue a new ballot paper to the member or the leader of the provincial delegation concerned. This doesn't affect the NCOP, so the question of the leader of the provincial delegation does not arise. I've looked at the mark. I'm satisfied that the mark was inadvertently made, and I accordingly instruct the returning officer to cancel the ballot paper, endorse the counterfoil thereof, and issue the new ballot paper to the member who brought this to our attention. Thank you. The member may step forward. I would have preferred to save the member the embarrassment, but I can't do anything. The next group, please.
We are still trying to ascertain just who the member was that had inadvertently spoilt their ballot paper.
Let's pay attention. Other members need to hear their names.
We're not proving very successful just yet, but we will continue to keep on trying to ascertain.
Smith Vincent George, Sonti Nokulunga Primrose, Sokyu, Makhoto Magdalene, Standard Terry, Stien Hayes, Hasten, John Henry, Steenkamp, Johanna, Stein, Annette, Stube, Dek, Jan, Surti, Mohammed, Enver.
Please call the next group.
Swart Stephen Nicholas, Tarabella Machesi Nomsa Innocentia, Terblanche Johanna Frederica, Tabete Elizabeth, Thompson Barbara, Cleane Silo Albert, Tobias Tandi Vivian, Tom Xoliswa Sandra, Tseke Grace Kekulu.
The next group.
Tsedi Rembuluani Moses, Tinodi Solomon Lichisa, Chishonga, Michael Malisa, Chwete Pamela, Toledi Sibongile Pem, Topo Manteng Anna, Toteti Keledi Rebecca, Twala Tiliza Laki, Fandame Pumzile Telma.
Another group, please.
Van der Walt Desiree, Van der Westhuizen Andreas Peter, Van Dijk Veronica, Van Onselen Belinda, Van Rooyen David Douglas Des, Van Schalkwijk Martinus Christopher Johannes, Van Schalkwijk Sharon Renee, Volmelk Heinrich Sarah, Voss James, Walters Thomas Charles Ravenscroft.
The last group.
Waters Michael, Whitfield Andrew Grant, Wilson Evelyn Rain, Casa Tokozile, Reko Sovita, Sheila Tembalam, Ringwana Lulama, Mary Teresa, Yengeni Lumka Elizabeth, Zokwana Senzeni, Zulu Lindiwe Daphne, Zuma Jacob Kedleshikisa.
This must be the last group of people voting. We see the president there about to cast his vote, obviously waiting for Lumka Yengeni before he casts his vote. And then I'm sure in a few minutes those votes will then be tallied up, and the Chief Justice will then announce the Speaker of the Fifth Democratic Parliament of South Africa. There the President goes now to go and vote. For, I'm sure he's probably voting for Baleka Mbete. She is, of course, the candidate.
Called out who wish to vote? Any? Very well. Since there are none, the assistant returning officers will now close and seal the ballot boxes. I now suspend proceedings to enable the returning officer to count the votes and report to me. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes before resumption of proceedings. But before we end this segment of the proceedings, I wish to advise that while the ballots are being counted, the parliamentary restaurants will be open for lunch, and you're requested to use the old assembly restaurants and the Marx Building restaurant as far as possible. The New Win restaurant will also be open. It is anticipated that the counting of the ballots will take about 45 minutes. Members are requested to return to the chamber promptly when the bells are rung, at which point the results will be announced. And we will proceed to the election of the Deputy Speaker if we don't have to go through the process all over again. Ushers will guide you to the restaurants. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. The voting is now complete within the chambers of the National Assembly, where the 400 members of Parliament are voting to elect a Speaker of Parliament. Of course, the two candidates are Baleka Mbete for the ANC, as well as Nosimo Balindlela, who is representing the Democratic Alliance. I'm still joined by our guest, Advocate Zoreya Adikari. She is, of course, Parliament's Chief Legal Advisor. Ma'am, we've now seen the voting completed for the position of Speaker of Parliament. We were discussing a little bit earlier on, very crucial position within the functioning of this precinct that we're in. Talk to us a little bit about her role in controlling the goings-on and the ins and outs of Parliament.
Yeah, I alluded to earlier that she has a big role to play in the chamber as well as outside the chamber. I think if I can just mention two pieces of legislation which perhaps sets out these huge responsibilities, not only on the Speaker but also on the chairperson of the NCOP. There's the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act that I mentioned earlier. Then there's also the Financial Management of Parliament Act, which is similar to the Public Finance Management Act. In terms of the Financial Management of Parliament Act, the presiding officers, which is the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, are jointly the executive authority or the treasury of the institution. And in terms of this act, they have a huge responsibility to ensure that the resources of Parliament are used efficiently, effectively, that there's proper accounting policies in place, and that the Secretary as the accounting officer accounts to them as the executive authority, you know, in a nutshell.
Yeah.
In terms of the Powers and Privileges Act, for short, they have control over the precinct of Parliament. This is, of course, to ensure that the House and the committees of the Chamber are able to conduct its business, again, in an efficient manner with decorum, that order is maintained in committees, and also that immunities are extended to committees, for example. And some of these powers extend to the presiding officers or the Speaker in this case being able to give permission for summonses to be served on members or not, and that is so as not to interfere with the business of the House, for example.
All right. And then a little bit later on, obviously, I think once the Chief Justice has then confirmed who the victor is, we can discuss a little bit more onto those powers, onto those the legislation, onto the financial management, what will be required of her going forward over the next 5 years. So, yes, we are now, the Parliament has once again adjourned as the parliamentary staff continue to count the ballots that have been cast as the 400 members of Parliament try to determine who will lead them from the Speaker's chair over the next 5 years. Remember, the ANC nominated Obaleka Mbete a little bit earlier on today, and the Democratic Alliance nominated Nosimo Balendlela. We will know in roughly 45 minutes to an hour's time, as the Chief Justice had alluded, just who that position will go to, just who the members of Parliament had elected into that position. I think for now, let's take a quick ad break and then cross you back to our colleagues in Johannesburg. Hello, I'm Peter. Can you hear me? Kan oom asseblief vir Alda sê dat ek die intro gou-gou herskryf dit. So ek is gereed om dit gou-gou te oefen. Thank you. By the end of this day, you go. Are you feeling better?
I don't know, what have you done to me?
Oh, there it is. Radovan Kreitzer trial update. Why does he speak like that? Oh. Can they chill with the music? Last year. Why must he speak like that? Sorry, I've got... Hey? Okay, that's fine. Then I suppose... Okay, that's a lot better. I just quickly want to run through my intro. Okay. Alda, when you're ready. All right. In 3, 2, and 1. Welcome back to this special broadcast live from Parliament. It is, of course, a significant day in the life of the institution as Chief Justice Mogoeng has finished presiding over the voting to elect a new Speaker of the National Assembly. Before the adjournment, the new members of Parliament cast their ballots, choosing between the ANC's candidate, Baleka Mbete, and the DA's nominee, Nosimo Balindlela. Those votes have now been tallied up, and the Chief Justice Mogoeng is expected to announce the victor soon. Our guest, Advocate Zureya Adikari, Parliament's Chief Legal Advisor, is still with us. And then we'll go. Yeah. Yeah, I think, look, if he's already in, then I think we read it, we go to Alda. Can you just go to just before I say our guest? Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Then that's plan B, obviously. Then plan B is to then welcome back. They're about to reconvene. Let's listen in. Is that it? Okay. So after all of that writing, quick intro. That's fine. Welcome back to this special broadcast live from Parliament. It is, of course, a very significant day in the life of the institution as Chief Justice Mogoeng has finished presiding over the voting to elect a new Speaker of the National Assembly. Before the adjournment, the new members of Parliament cast their ballots, choosing between the ANC's candidate, Baleka Mbete, and the DA's nominee, Nosimo Balindlela. Those votes have now been tallied up, and the Chief Justice Mogoeng is expected to announce the victor any second now. Our guest, Advocate Zoreya Adhikari, Parliament's Chief Legal Advisor, is still with us. Ma'am, in just a few minutes, the wait of almost the whole day will be over. We'll finally know who the Speaker of Parliament is, ushering in a new era. As a parliamentary staff, are you excited?
I am very excited. It's always a challenge, always interesting to be faced with the new Speaker, as much as it is sad to say goodbye to the old Speaker, but in many ways I've worked with the Speaker before, so it's not an unknown.
All right.
So, but I do look forward to working with the new Speaker.
Thanks, ma'am. Unfortunately, we've got to cut you there, and let's listen into the proceedings now that the Chief Justice is back.
I think before I start with what is expected of me, let me start with an apology. Some of the honorable members were reportedly trapped in a lift somewhere, and I was asked to give them time to arrive in the House. Otherwise, the counting had been done for quite some time now. So that is the reason. And two, I need to make this point before it's rather too late. This is quite a historic moment, so we all entitled to be excited in celebration of the democratic process as it unfolds. And even South Africans in the gallery are participating quite enthusiastically. I have a request to make, though. If you could please restrain yourself, however much you may be excited that so-and-so was voted for, just restrain yourself so that the dignity, the quietness, the serenity, equivalent to that which obtains in a court of law, is observed, at least for as long as I'm presiding, and then you can continue afterwards. I've received a written report from the returning officer, and I want to assure you that I was with them from the beginning to the end of the counting process. And the report, the result, I beg your pardon, of the ballot is as follows. The total number of ballot papers issued, 366. And we verified this with reference to the counterfoils. Total number of ballot papers counted, 366. Total number of invalid ballot papers, 18. The Honorable Balindlela Zisiwe Beauty Nozimo, 88 votes. Honorable Mbete Baleka, 260 votes. In terms of item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, I accordingly declare Honorable Baleka Mbete duly elected Speaker of the National Assembly. And on behalf of all present here, I have the honor of congratulating you on your election as Speaker of the National Assembly. And I will now call upon the Sergeant at Arms to conduct the Honorable Speaker to the chair. Will the members please rise?
Please be seated. Honorable Chief Justice Mogoeng, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, honorable members of the National Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, members of the public, it is with great humility, a deep sense of honor, and an unswerving resolve to honor your trust that I take the chair as Speaker of the National Assembly. I wish to take this opportunity to thank Chief Justice Mogoeng for graciously preparing and guiding us today. As Speaker, I want to express my sincerest appreciation to honorable members for the confidence they have placed in me and for the great responsibility that have been entrusted to me. I am fully aware of not only the honor bestowed upon me, but the responsibilities of leading this important institution of our young democracy. As honorable members are aware, I have been here in this august house before, and even though I am not a returning member, in quotes, but I am a returning speaker. Which I think should bode well for our parliament. I assure honorable members that your trust is not misplaced, and I will carry out my duties as Speaker in a manner that befits your trust and the letter and spirit of our Constitution. I wish to take this opportunity to warmly welcome our new members to this honorable House. I have been informed that almost half of the members sworn in today did not serve in the fourth Parliament. That is quite a high percentage, and for many of you, it will be a fast-track learning process and an adjustment to a new way of doing things. However, I want to assure honorable members that members of the previous parliaments have created an enabling environment in this House that will undoubtedly assist you in adjusting to your new surroundings and working environment in no time. I also wish to warmly welcome back the returning members to the House. Let me also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the former Speaker Honorable Max Sisulu, for the sterling work he did over the past 5 years in entrenching democracy and uplifting the status of Parliament, both nationally and internationally. Let me also express my gratitude to the former Deputy Speaker, Noma India Mfegeto, and all other presiding officers of the Fourth Parliament for their excellent work in managing this institution with such devotion. "20 years after democracy, we stand as a proud nation, a self-assured nation, confident of its own capacity and its own ability to mold its own destiny. Through the ballot box, the people of South Africa have once again given us their elected representatives an unequivocal mandate, and we dare not fail them. We rise and fall as one nation, as one people. Let us therefore resist the temptation to fall back on the same partisanship and pettiness that has taken root in our political landscape of late. Let us summon a new spirit of patriotism, of responsibility, where each one of us resolves to pitch in and work harder, smarter, and faster to ensure that our people have a better quality of life in their lifetime. Robust debates and attacking each other's policies are part of a lively parliamentary process. It is, however, important that members remain conscious that their interaction with each other does not create a perception in society that would divide a nation into polarized political positions. I'm not propagating for what is referred to as sweethearts debates in Parliament, but I am raising the need to be aware of our influence on the public as their representatives. Let each one of us, therefore, represent our people with dignity, purpose, and honor. Let Parliament continue to be a living embodiment of nation building, purpose, solidarity, and unity. Honorable members, I know we are all a little fatigued after hard-fought election campaigns. There is, however, little time for a break, as there is much work that lies ahead of us. Tata Nelson Mandela cautioned us to always remember that, and I quote, "What challenges us, who define ourselves as statespersons, is the clarion call to dare to think that what we are about is people, the proverbial men and women in the street. These, the poor, the hungry, the victims of petty tyrants, the objectives of policy, demand change," close quotes. In the coming days, months, and years, I look forward to working with the heads of all political parties to ensure that Parliament remains a vibrant, robust people's parliament, a guidepost for nation building and transformation, a parliament that all South Africans are truly proud of. I thank you. The House will proceed with the election of a Deputy Speaker in terms of the procedure set out in Part A of Schedule 3 to the Constitution, and in accordance with the rules of the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. Members are reminded that there will be no debate and that each nomination must be submitted on the prescribed form and duly seconded. There will now be an opportunity for nomination of candidates for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I am now ready to recognize honorable members who would like to nominate anyone for the position of Deputy Speaker. Honorable Holomisa. Please switch on the mic.
As I was saying, my name is Sango Patekile Olomisa, and I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to nominate the Honorable Lechisa Tsinodi for the position of Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the nominated honorable member? Honorable Mantuli.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Bongi Maria Ntuli. I rise to second the nomination of the Honorable Lechisa Tsinodi as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly for the 5th Democratic Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. I thank you.
The Honorable Lechisa Tsinodi has been nominated and seconded. I would like to have the form. We need this form completed with the address of the Deputy Speaker nominated.
Right, there we see the first task of the new Speaker of the National Assembly, Baleka Mbete, as she presides over the election of her deputy. Now the ANC has just stood up and nominated Mr. Lechisa Tsinodi. There you see him currently on screen, agreeing obviously to the nomination.
Thank you, Honorable Lechisa Tsinodi.
To become the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly for the next 5 years.
I hear from my right that not today. But I don't know about the left of the house. Nobody's in the mood. All right. Now that the returning officer has the nomination form, and the nomination form is in order, and the returning officer has reported, and there are no nominations from the rest of the House. Only one candidate has been nominated, and he has agreed. On behalf of all of you present here, I congratulate Honorable Lichisa Zinodi for having been nominated and having agreed to honor the House by becoming the Deputy Speaker of the 5th Parliament. On behalf of all present here, I congratulate Honorable Lichisa. And now you have the opportunity of addressing the House.
Yes. Madam Speaker, Comrade President, Deputy President, honorable members, I wish to start by congratulating the Speaker and saying welcome to you, ma'am. We are ready to serve under your guidance and leadership. Allow me also to confirm what you said earlier, that we must thank the people of our country for renewing our mandate as a free, in a free and fair 5th general election, confirming our democratic credentials in the nations of the world. Secondly, allow me also to thank the African National Congress through our President and Deputy President for trusting us as its candidate, now confirmed by you, honorable members, to be Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Allow me also, Speaker, specifically to thank the President for having fielded me in the last 2 years or so in the executive, giving me invaluable experience, which I hope will serve a very useful purpose in conducting our oversight responsibility. It will be a singular honor to serve you, members, and together serve the citizens of our country with honor, respect, and diligence. The majority of our people, especially those who still suffer the consequences of inequality, poverty, unemployment, despite the significant progress we have made so far, expect no less from us. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that concludes proceedings for the election of the Deputy Speaker of the House. We move to the item where religious leaders will bless the House. And therefore, I call upon the following religious leaders to come forward and they are sitting right here next to us, and they will speak for 2 minutes each in terms of blessing the House. The first one will be Bishop Michael Hansrod of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa.
Shall we pray? Loving and gracious God, the creator of heaven and earth, whose spirit helps us in our weaknesses and guides us in our prayers. On this day, we, the people of South Africa, give thanks to you for your abundant blessings upon us as we celebrate the joy of our 5th democratic elections, which were conducted peacefully, freely and fairly, and allowed us, your people, to elect those who will serve us now for the next 5 years. We celebrate at this the constitution now of the 5th elected parliament in the 20th year of our democracy and freedom, which was hard-earned through the sacrifices of many, whose spirit we too invoke this day as we remember those who have served us previously. Today we pray for those elected and who have now taken the oath in promising to serve the people of this nation as parliamentarians. We pray that with us you would hold them accountable and keep them faithful to the promises they have made, to be servants of this nation, and that they will serve with wisdom, integrity, and honesty. We pray that through their governance, you would lead this nation, South Africa, in the ways of justice, liberty, and peace. We pray that as they serve, that you would help them to seek the unity and welfare of all people. Dear eternal ruler of all nations, give to those who have been elected to responsibility and authority wisdom to know and strength to do what is right for the sake of peace, justice, and a better life for all. God bless South Africa, guide her leaders, guard her people, and give her peace for Christ's sake. Amen.
I now call upon Sheikh Abdul Hamid Khabir of the Muslim Judicial Council.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم إلى يوم الدين آمين. The South African nation has spoken. The members of our new parliament has been sworn in to serve the Republic of South Africa in accordance to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We will always pray for their success. The expectations of our citizens and our nation is extremely high. Our citizens expect better service delivery, better health care, better education. We need to get South Africa working again by creating new jobs in all the sectors of the economy. Our citizens expect better housing, electricity, water, and all other basic services. And above all, better policing, improved safety and security, and a concerted effort to put an end to drug trafficking, drug trading, and gangsterism. Oh God, we need your guidance. Oh God, we need your help and your assistance. And oh God, bless our country. Bless our rainbow nation. And oh God, bless our parliament. Oh God, bless our president. And oh God, bless South Africa. Inkosi, Sikilili, Africa.
Thank you. I now call upon Rabbi Shmuel Miller of the Or Samayach congregations.
Honorable Chief Justice,
honorable leaders of the political parties, on behalf of the Chief Rabbi and all Jewish citizens of South Africa, Shalom Aleichem. May peace be upon you. A prayer for all those in office. Almighty God, we thank you for the very many blessings you have so graciously and generously showered on our beloved country, South Africa. We thank you for 20 years of freedom and democracy. We thank you for our people who go about their lives with heroism, courage, and kindliness, and devotion to you, our Father in heaven. We thank you for helping us show the world how people of diverse colors, cultures, and creeds can live together in harmony and respect. O Lord, help us to continue to respect one another and see your image on the face of every one of our fellow South Africans. Inspire us to live by the vision of the prophet Jeremiah, who wrote, Ko Amar Hashem, thus said the Lord, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, nor the warrior in his bravery, nor the rich man in his riches. Rather let those who wish to glory in knowing and understanding me, for I am God, who does kindness, justice, and righteousness on earth. For these things please me, says God. O Lord, bless the President, the honorable individuals who have been inaugurated as members of Parliament, and all those who are elected to govern our country. Help them to continue to fight poverty, to keep us all safe and secure, to provide our children with an education of excellence, and to empower our people with the dignity of work. Help them and us to live the dream of a bountiful, just, and free South Africa, a South Africa that is a source of inspiration and a beacon of light to all humankind. Yevarechecha Hashem v'yishmerecha. Bless us and watch over us all, and may this be your will, and let us say, Amen.
I now call upon Sister Pratibha Daya, a representative of the Brahma Kumaris community.
Om Shanti. I convey greetings of peace to all of you. I just would like to invite all of you to take a few minutes whereby we center ourselves and turn inwards and just become still and aware that the inner core of our being, that sacred essence within ourselves, is a core of peace. Our deepest need, our deepest desire as a human soul is to experience peace. Because within this peace, we reconnect with what is true for us. We reconnect with the essence of power within us. And so let's just feel that deep peace within our own being. It is from this peace, as we return to it again and again, that it provides the clarity. Our leaders today are starting a new term, embarking on a new journey to lead our country, to lead it with dignity, to lead it with integrity, to lead it with wisdom, and to lead it with compassion. And so to remain true to these values, we need to first be true to ourselves. And so in this moment of silence, let us invoke that divine presence to guide our minds so there's clarity, to guide our hearts so that there's always compassion, to guide our actions, that there's always integrity and truth in what is to be done. Let us just hold that vision that we have a beautiful country with beautiful people, and a beautiful legacy. And let's be true to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the last prayer from Tahiri Matie, a representative of the Baha'i community.
I bring you the loving greetings of the Baha'i community. I'm offering a prayer from the Baha'i writings for servitude. This prayer is for all of us. O God, O my God, verily I invoke thee and supplicate before thy threshold, asking thee that all thy mercies may descend upon these souls. Specialize them for thy favor and thy truth. O Lord, unite and bind together the hearts, join in accord all the souls, and exhilarate the spirits through the signs of thy sanctity and oneness. O Lord, make these spaces radiant through the light of thy oneness. Strengthen the loins of thy servants in the service of thy kingdom. O Lord, thou possessor of infinite mercy, O Lord of forgiveness and pardon, forgive our sins, pardon our shortcomings, and cause us to turn to the kingdom of thy clemency, invoking the kingdom of might and power, humble at thy shrine, and submissive before the glory of thine evidences. O Lord God, make us as waves of the sea, as flowers of the garden, united, agreed through the bounties of thy love. O Lord, dilate the breast through the signs of thy oneness, and make all humankind as stars shining from the same height of glory, as perfect fruits shining upon thy tree of life. Verily thou art the Almighty, the self-subsistent, the giver, the forgiving, the pardoner, the omniscient, the one creator. Peace be upon each one of you.
Thank you. Regrettably, honorable members, Mrs. Nomachaka Taho, a representative of the African traditional religion, had to leave, and therefore that would have been our last prayer. I thank all the religious leaders who have given us blessings. We will now proceed with the last item. Because at least we have had a break and had something to eat, we think we shouldn't necessarily take the break as we had planned. We should just finish the program for the day. And we will now proceed with the election of the President of the Republic. And I now call upon the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa as I leave the chair.
Let us begin. There will now be an opportunity for nominations for the position of President of the Republic of South Africa. Is there a nomination? No nomination. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I, Rosalia Mrutwa, am honored and privileged to, on behalf of the African National Congress and millions of South Africans, nominate Honorable Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma to the position of the President of the Republic of South Africa in the 5th term of this democratic government. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you.
The Honorable Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma has been nominated for the position of President of the Republic. Is the nomination seconded?
Honorable Speaker, esteemed Chief Justice, I, Ngosiake Amos Masondo, rise to second the motion as tabled by MP Story Murutwa to have Honorable J.G. Zuma elected as President of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you please present the nomination form to the returning officer?
Honorable Chief Justice.
Before you can say anything, let me just verify this. There is a signature here which is made out to be that of the nominee. I just need confirmation. Honorable Zuma, is this your signature? Do you accept the nomination?
Thank you, Chief Justice. It is indeed my signature. Thank
you. The nomination is compliant. I will then entertain.
Thank you.
Are you nominating another candidate?
Not quite, Honorable Chief Justice. Honorable Chief Justice, I rise on a question of procedure in terms of Rule 8 for the rules of the first sitting of the National Assembly, on which I would like your ruling.
Rule 8.
Rule 8. That is correct, sir.
First.
We object to the nomination of Mr. Jacob Zuma. This nomination is irrational since his conduct during his previous term conflicted especially with Section 96 of the Constitution. In particular, he has not acted on the recommendations of at least 2 reports of the Public Protector, and he appointed a National Director of Public Prosecutions who was manifestly unsuitable and whose appointment was set aside by
On
the
a
Constitutional
point
Court.
of order.
I request, Honourable Chief Justice, that you rule that Mr. Zuma is not a fit and proper person to be nominated as President.
On a point of order, Honourable Chief Justice, it would have done the Honourable Member well to read the Constitution before his frivolous motion, because this House is now mandated to elect a president from among the members of the National Assembly, which we are properly doing.
Well, let me start from the beginning. I'm not too sure that the question being raised relates to any procedure, but be that as it may. Section 47 of the Constitution provides every citizen who is qualified to vote for the National Assembly is eligible to be a member of the Assembly, except anyone who is appointed by or is in the service of the state and receives remuneration for their appointment or service other than 1. The President, the Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, and Roman numeral 2, other office bearers whose functions are compatible with the functions of a member of the Assembly and have been declared compatible with those functions by the National Assembly. B, permanent delegates to the National Council of Provinces or members of a provincial legislature or a municipal council. C, unrehabilitated insolvents. D, anyone declared to be of unsound mind by a court of the Republic. Or E, anyone who, after this section took effect, is convicted of an offense and sentenced to more than 12 months imprisonment without the option of a fine either in the Republic or outside the Republic, if the conduct constituting the offense would have been an offense in the Republic, but no one may be regarded as having been sentenced until an appeal against the conviction or sentence has been determined, or until the time for an appeal has expired. A disqualification under this paragraph ends 5 years after the sentence has been completed. Subsection 2, a person who is not eligible to be a member of the National Assembly in terms of subsection 1A or B may be a candidate for the Assembly subject to any limits or conditions established by national legislation. And subsection 3, a person who loses membership of the National Assembly if that person ceases to be eligible, or B, is absent from the Assembly without permission in circumstances for which the rules and orders of the Assembly prescribe loss of membership, or C, ceases to be a member of the party that nominated that person as a member of the Assembly. Why all this reading? The list of those designated to be sworn in or affirmed as members of the National Assembly, the NCOP, and provincial legislatures were presented to the Chief Justice by the IEC on the 10th of this month. Knowing what the constitutional requirements for eligibility for membership of the National Assembly is, it is from then until shortly before the oath of office or the administration or the affirmation was administered to the members that an objection of this nature ought to be raised. That not having been done, any one of the honorable members here is, in terms of Section 86 of the Constitution, and I go there, eligible for nomination and election to the position of president. Section 86(1) provides, at its first sitting after its election, and whenever necessary to fill a vacancy, the National Assembly must elect a woman or a man from among its members to be the president. Now, the Honorable Jacob Gedlehle Zuma is a member of the National Assembly. Having signed all the forms, I know that he's one of those who took an oath and not an office, I beg your pardon, and not a solemn affirmation, and is therefore eligible for election into the office of president according to the Constitution. So my ruling is therefore to dismiss the point raised without cost. At this stage, we have one duly seconded nomination for the position of President of the Republic of South Africa. Are there other nominations? Well, it looks like Honorable Malema is signaling his availability. Is there any other nomination? No, please. You see, in court, I issue an order. Here I declare. I haven't declared yet. There are no further nominations. Only one candidate has been nominated, namely the Honorable Jacob Gedlehle Zuma. The nomination is in order and in terms of Item 5 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. I accordingly declare the Honorable Jacob Gedlehle Zuma duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa, and I have the honor of congratulating you on your election as President. Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. I now call upon the Honorable Speaker to come and take over. Honorable Speaker, where is the Sergeant at Arms?
Order. On your behalf, honorable members, I thank the Chief Justice for having conducted today's proceedings. I also thank him for having planned and led the whole process, starting with formulating the rules for this day, a very historic day. Honorable members, that concludes proceedings for the day. Members and guests are requested to remain at their seats until the procession has left the chamber. The order of the procession is as follows: the Sergeant at Arms, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the President-elect, the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, and the Secretary to Parliament. With that announcement, in terms of the order of the procession, I would now like to ask the honorable members, on leaving the chamber, we need to go and take a picture, a photograph of all honorable members and the people who will have been in the procession. All guests and members of the public seated in the gallery are asked to remain seated whilst the photograph is taken to avoid delays in proceedings. Because there are so many of us, if everyone rises right now, we are going to create a lot of confusion outside. So we request respectfully that honorable members should proceed to gather at the steps of the National Assembly immediately after the House has been adjourned for the official group photograph. With that announcement, we respectfully, thankfully, also wish to congratulate all members of the public that are in the gallery for being patient with us. Thank you very much. We hope you'll visit us again. The House is adjourned.
Well, there you have it. The country now has a new president in, or at least a president-elect in Jacob Zuma, who was just recently elected president by the parliament, presided over by Chief Justice Mogoeng. Now, we still have Advocate Zureya Adhikari with us in studio. She is the Chief Legal Advisor to Parliament. Ma'am, let me just quickly bring you in here. We saw President-elect Jacob Zuma being elected as President of the Republic. He was first a Member of Parliament before then. Who was then running the country while he was an ordinary Member of Parliament?
Well, he was President up to that stage, and then he becomes a member of the National Assembly, and then he ceases to be a member of the National Assembly once he's elected back in as the President. And once he is elected as the President, he then is President-elect until Saturday, I think, until the inauguration. Section 87 of the Constitution allows for the inauguration, or for him to take his oath within 5 days, within which to take up his responsibilities.
So for a few hours there, we were essentially without a president.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
I think that is why we have the Chief Justice in that role, in that ceremonial role, as we saw him perform.
All right. So you're saying then on Saturday that makes it official. Then the president-elect, Jacob Zuma, then becomes officially president of the Republic.
That's correct.
Okay. Does the Constitution state anyway about when he's then expected to announce his cabinet?
I'm not sure if there is a specified time within which he has to announce his cabinet, but I'm sure it is likely to be very soon after assumption of office. I can't be too certain.
Okay.
If it's any number of days.
All right, no, that's fine. And then we then saw the election of Baleka Mbete as the Speaker of the National Assembly for the next 5 years, and Mr. Lechisa Tsunodi unopposed as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. You've been here a while. Baleka Mbete returns now. What can you recall about her leadership style previously?
Well, I think reflecting on a speaker is certainly not protocol, and as an official I think that would be inappropriate for me to reflect on. But I do look forward to working with her again, and maybe I can abuse this opportunity to be the first official to congratulate both the Speaker and Deputy Speaker publicly. I know I can look forward to getting very clear direction. She's someone who's very clear, and guidance and leadership that I know one can absolutely rely on.
It's that guidance, I think, that also will become very necessary, I think, obviously now with almost half of those new members that were sworn in today being first-timers in Parliament. So she's likely to provide a little bit of guidance there.
Yes, I think she's always come across as a very approachable person, and I have no doubt that there will be that rapport with new members. And then there's the administration, and as I mentioned earlier, the capacity building is especially important now in respect of those new members.
All right. Well, that's it from Advocate Zureya Adhikari, who's been with us for this day, keeping us company and keeping us abreast of everything that's unfolded in Parliament. Well, that's it from us from Parliament at this time. We ask that you join us again tomorrow morning when we swear in the 54 permanent delegates of the National Council of Provinces. But for the time being, we hand you back over to our colleagues in Johannesburg.